Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Akemi-chan, and for this term's voiceover, I thought I'd do something a little bit more challenging. I've been trying to improve on my backside skills, and I wanted to see if I can do a voiceover on it. So yeah, let's get started. This is gonna be of Mythra and a little bit of Pyra. I did already paint Pyra, I'm not sure when, but it was at least either last year or 2 years ago. So this piece is of Mythra because they debuted in Smash Bros. So it's time to draw them kind of together. And actually, this idea was actually I was trying to do kind of like a spicy victory pose concept. So let's see if I can actually make that happen, because sometimes I have the concept idea in my head, but doesn't always turn out the way I imagine it. So hopefully at the end I will be at least okay with it, because that is what I aim to get now. I don't want to have too much of a high expectation of myself, in case I'm disappointed at the end, but I will give my best shot. So as always, I did the sketch. I blocked the separate parts for the character in separate layers, and also I already have a background. So in the Smash Bros kind of layout, it's a pretty cloudy background with some cool structure, but I don't know if I'm gonna add that in. At least I could go ahead and throw together some cloud textures. And yes, they're all from Adobe stock once again. These are just some collages I put together, but still not sure if I'm gonna go with it 100%. If I change my mind, then I'm probably gonna bring you guys back and say that. But for now, I'm just using the previews for the stocks. Alright, enough with the talking. You guys know my usual steps. Well, for if you are reoccurring watching my voiceover, you guys already know what's gonna happen. So, oh wait, okay, there we go. So I'm going to start off with the base color. For the shading, I'm not sure yet. I think I'm gonna do lighting from top, so we can get a nice shadow from the hair onto the back and the booty. I'm going to remove the drape layer. I am using a few references. Some of them are like of the Mythra figurine, with her hair kind of with her hair cascading or flowing in the wind, and is casting a big shadow on the back. And that reference I found on Google. So yeah, that is the concept. Okay, let's do these. Let's go ahead and gonna start shading a bit of highlight over. Use a bit of shadow. This time I'm going in to add some basic highlights and shadow already. Normally I would try to kind of shade the rest of the body as well, and then I move on to the shading. Try to block out the rest of the body, but this time I am kind of just rendering it slightly. So yeah, let's see how that's gonna turn out. And this time, doing voiceover, I decided to do the voiceover in a span of a few days instead of 1 or 2 days, just because I get really tired talking while I paint. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do it in the span of a few days. So hopefully I can, you know, keep talking to you guys while I do this. So I'm just shading the booty. Get a bit of that rim light going because I want this both leg to stand out on their own. And I'm actually trying to think, how do I want to shade it? Let's make this leg a little bit brighter than that leg. Let me try it out. Maybe this leg could be a little darker because one leg is gonna be a bit lighter so that it feels like it's more part of the background, which is lighter. Or I guess yeah, using shadow to make certain areas of the character appear closer to you. That's what I meant to say. But of course I might also be just experimenting right now with colors. I'm just making areas a little paler. Let's see, let's make this whole leg like a bit more in the light and maintain the curvature of the booty. For the undie, she's gonna get her striped white undie. I'm just gonna use the blue color and a bit of gray color over it. So that is the leg. Actually not too sure. Should I do it? I'm not sure if I wanna keep it in this flip like this or the other way. Let's move on to the back. So straight up, just gonna borrow the color from the booty up into the back. So for the chest, for sure it's gonna catch the light for sure, since that's what I'm aiming for, to have the lighting come from above. Other than that, after I determine the lighting, I'm going to now work on the shadow. So I highlight the shoulder blade. Well, this is not the shoulder blade, but the arch of the back with shadow first. There's a bunch of ways to do back, but I guess I'm going with this. And let's go ahead and indicate a slight bit of highlight underneath. And, oh yeah, I should be working on the back structure. So she does have some pretty intricate design on the back, her back. I'm just gonna do my bare minimum pin-up twist on it. Let's go ahead and no, I won't do that. I'm just gonna block it in with black and gold. Okay, let me just bring that up a bit because I know that it is protruding a bit. Let's zoom up here. I might need to also clean this up a lot. Go back to the back layer. Let's add a bit of orange. Oh. And I'm gonna go ahead and do this and multiply. I'm going to darken the top of the back a bit more And then we're going to take the bright color and make the underside of the arm brighter, because we're gonna have a theme of the highlight being below and the shadow being on top type of deal, and then plus a really bright color. Let me just go ahead and blend that in. Here, let's use a bit of orange, brighten that up a bit, add a bit of highlight. Oh, maybe that won't work. Let me just line her design a bit better. Let's go with that for now. Arm. The arm is actually a little complicated, so I'm just gonna line the basic design for it. So get black in these areas. Actually not too sure what's going on at the bottom area. Yeah, definitely not very clear. Okay, I guess I could interpret a little. Let's just do something like that. And glove like this. After I do that, I'm going to clean this up a bit. Let's go ahead with color. I want the gray color that I use as a base to be blue. She is wearing white gloves, so we're gonna have yellow as the highlight towards the bottom area. Okay, let's go back to back and do the same for that side. Oh wait, it's not black, it's green. I mean this part. I guess I was just blocking it in. Let's just block it in for now. Or maybe it is black. Actually, let me check. Oh no, it's just the lighting. Makes it look black. Add a bit of green. Go back to the arm layer. Add a bit more there, and then we'll add some highlight. Actually, I will do that separately later on. Now for the hair. Gotta pick the right color. I'm gonna use reference for this, and let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and paint a few lines in there as well, cause just to get that bit of that implied texture in there. Oh, okay. Go ahead and paint the rest of the hair down, and then add the highlight to the part that is reflecting the highlight. I'm gonna go ahead and brighten that again. This hair is supposed to be pretty high. I mean, this part. She has like a really high side bang cowlick. I might have to examine that area a bit closer. Let's go to the face. I'm probably gonna have the eyes here or something. Actually not sure. I do wanna paint her face a little. Just slightly. I'll probably do that a little later. Just paint in a rough guide for it. And then go ahead onto Pyra real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and use the same skin tone. Let's make her skin tone bit brighter, so trying to make it seem like she's in the background a bit more, push her back a bit. Go ahead and do a rough guide of her leg. Let's go ahead and do a bit of shadow here. There. This is kind of a silly concept, really. For fun. I just wanted to make it a little humorous, you know. Add a bit of shadow there. I don't know. I might change it, honestly, but we will see. Maybe it might end up working well, who knows. Pyra hand. She's got black glove and then fingers. Black glove. And Pyra's face. Originally I had the, I guess I had it on this layer. I had the cowlick on this side. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this. Let me find a better reference. I better flip this back. Flip it. I don't know if I wanna do that angle or this angle. I think I'll do this angle. So that cowlick now goes on the side. Hold up. I'm just gonna be pretty rough with it, so up like this, and then her headgear, ears, and let's go ahead and add a bit of shadow. So it's gonna be highlight on the bottom, shadow towards the top. Man, this is such a this is definitely silly, but anyways, hopefully it works out. I don't know if it will. Pyra's hand. Okay, let me just grab that whole part. I think I should be using a bit more pink and beige for this. There. Last but not least, we have the drape, which is actually pretty detailed. Kind of reminds me of that Ganyu piece that I did. Ganyu. So this is gold, and then you have the white fabric, but it's got some designs to it, and then underneath it's black fabric. Let's do it like this, kind of like the reference I'm using. I might change that up actually. No, I want it to be, oh no, whoops. Let's do it like this. We get a flip of the bottom, I guess, from this angle. Let's get a bit of highlight up here. And here too. Let's make it a little dark. And then get a nice highlight there. Might even tilt this up and this down a bit, so that it feels a little more balanced. So add a bit of under. And a bit more thickness here. Now I just have to make sure, maybe it should be bright like this, because it really needs to stand out from the background. Let me see how it would look. If I tuck the clouds, oh, let me just warp this down a bit. Oh no, I need a bit of the cloud. Tuck the cloud down a bit. And what happens if I just kind of darken the bottom a bit with a multiply layer, because I did want the flaps to stand out, and without the shadow it feels a little too blended in. I know it doesn't look it, but it just feels like it needs a bit more contrast. Let me go ahead and add another brightness contrast. Go here, go to the layer, and I'm just gonna have the multiply effect towards this area where the flap is going. So that's what we have. I plan to put the weapon in, but I'm not gonna draw that. I ain't drawing that manually. I'm probably gonna look for a photo. I'm gonna paint over it because I don't do well with props. Props normally in all my pieces are purely photos. I paint over them, manipulate them, or they're 3D models. Because I'm not touching props. I feel like I could spend my time more on stuff that I enjoy working on, and it would get things done a lot faster. And if you guys think that is cheating, then a lot of industry professionals do that as well. So it is kind of a thing. If you want to be fast in your industry, if you're working in an industry, you will be painting over 3D models done by the 3D model artists. They pass it to you and you paint over them. You do concepts sometimes even on them. So in order to work more efficiently, you can use that as a way to do it, as long as the end result does not look like the object that you took from. Now, I've been guilty of not painting over it enough sometimes, so, but the general rule is you have to transform it enough. You can't be just taking it and then plopping it into your piece and that's it. Well, sometimes I do that too, like, but in general, for bigger elements, that is a general rule that I guess, yeah, that's what we were advised working. Well, I was advised that working in a company. But yeah, I will probably be doing that to the sword. Okay. Feels like her. Actually, feels like her face is a bit too big. Maybe make it a little smaller. And also kind of want to extend this piece, to be honest. But anyways, let's continue on to the booty here, because that's where we started. Okay. I'm gonna slowly render it out, removing the lines bit by bit. So we're gonna transition off of the lines because we want to well, usually I transition out of lines. I don't want to be using it for the whole piece because the lines are only a guide to help you. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little highlight to the very top. I'm gonna kind of add a little bit throughout the leg a bit. And let's add a bit of highlight on the side. Here, let's go ahead and add a bit of warm tone. Add a bit of this color next. Go back here. And I'm just going to select a dark color. Highlight side of the booty. Let's go ahead and paint the undie so it is striped. I'm just going to add these striped lines. Okay. And using the lasso tool, gotta really focus on this area. And add a bit of this color, pinky color. Add a bit of, extend the highlight over a bit. I'm going to soften the shadow here. Let's go ahead and take maybe this color, create another layer. Just gonna add a tiny bit of highlight here and down here. So oftentimes there's a lot of subtlety in the shading involved. And around here, let's add a bit of purple color. Actually, I want to add a bit of blue, but sometimes blue is too harsh of a transition right away. I mean, too harsh of a rim light right away. Sometimes I have to play around with the rest of the picture. Let me try this color. Go here. Add a bit of highlight to that area. And select the top of the other booty cheek. Add that in. I'm gonna go ahead and clearly shade out, indicate a bit of shadow. And here, let me go ahead and darken this area. Use shadow. I'm probably gonna be blending this in afterwards. Like that. Let's take this color, bring it up here. Get a bit of that volume going with the rim light. Take that. Sometimes I just take whatever color is available already there. Take a bit of this color there. Add that in. I'm gonna try to see if I can slowly add a bit of highlight there to contour. I'm gonna see if I can slowly transition this shadow down into the highlight somehow. Don't know if I can without it looking weird and stuff. Before, after. Okay, let me remove the shadow here, remove the shadow down here. Okay, let's merge down for now. And I wonder if I can. Okay, I was trying to see if I can have a bit of negative spacing around the legs. I always like to do a bit of negative spacing if I can in the pinups, so that it looks a bit more interesting. Negative spacing, for those who don't know the term, is just for you know how there's spacing between your characters, sometimes like here, that is within the character. And more of these areas creates more details and interest. I think that's also something our teachers brought up in college. They always say, if you can add negative spacing in your pieces, do it, because it's more interesting to look at. Something like that. Oh, let's add a bit of Pyra's outfit here. I don't know how that's gonna work out. There. Okay. Let me go ahead, color balance it out. I'm gonna edit it a bit. Trying to see, what options are there for color. For color-wise, just seeing like maybe a little bit redder tone with a bit of bluish tint. Something like that. And then I can do fade. Maybe do like a 60%. If you're not super sure, just do a little in between of that. Yeah, I think that might be better. I'm going to, let's hide some of these layers. Hide this as well. I'm gonna be working on the back, so I'm gonna hide a bunch of stuff, and also try to see if the composition will improve if I play around a bit with the positioning as well. And bring back the Pyra. Oh, whoops. Let's flip it real quick. Let me see how that looks. Okay. I'm going to tilt this up a bit. Tilt this over. Oh, hold on. Let's extend the canvas a bit. So this is the phase where I start editing a bit, so this part I usually don't record. But after I do that, I have to kind of go back to each of these layers and make sure that, you know, it's a little cleaner. Because after extending the canvas, sometimes it will be actually not sometimes, all the time the background will need to be redone. Basically, I just extended a bit more, and then the characters also needs to be extended as well. Oh, there we go. Actually, I want the leg to be a little straighter. Maybe, I'm not sure about this angle, but let's just go with that for now. And have the Pyra's leg. Maybe I'll do a version with her in it and without her as well. But I mean, her leg definitely offers a nice element to kind of fill the empty space of down here, both sides. So we'll see what I can do to make sure that there's something else to fill the space in if I were to take her out. Okay, for the hair, let's play around with that a bit and also extend this out. I'm gonna be pretty not very precise with it. I'm gonna just go ahead and do a rough guide of what's happening with the new extension of some of these areas that needs to be done after I increase the canvas a bit more. Maybe I'll do it like this. Nah, I'll keep it like that. So I am pretty much just editing here and there as much as I can. At the same time, at the same time as editing, I'm rendering and editing every now and then. So yeah, this whole process is kind of like that pretty much. Let me now rotate a bit. Just trying to get a nicer flow for the anatomy. I mean, not for the anatomy, but the composition. So let's do the before, after. Flip it a bit. So I would do this off camera usually when I do voiceover, but I do like before, after. How does it look? How does the pose look? Does it look a bit better? And sometimes I would go back too if I find the previous version is better. So it's a lot of process like that, trial and error. Try a bunch of stuff, experiment, tilt everything. That's why I have everything in separate layers, so that this phase is very easy to do a lot easier to do if I have everything cut into their respective layers. So anyhow, I hid a few layers. Ooh, actually this looks pretty cool. I like this, the arch of the composition. I mean the character's body and stuff. I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna be working on the back now. The back is actually pretty complicated. I am using a reference for the back. There's not a lot of good reference, but I did find one of the back from a figurine. So I'm gonna be roughly duplicating that, and it's a little tough, but we'll get through it. I'm gonna challenge myself with this. I'm gonna be using my trusty lasso tool to help me make clean lines and stuff like that. So actually, my interpretation of the back is I'm gonna take a bit of liberty with it, so it's probably not gonna look 100% like the original design. Remove that. Trying to remember her, like all these times I've drawn backs. Let's add a bit of detailing, like some of these muscle details, so we get having indication of the curvature. Over here, darken this part. Let's go ahead, add a bit of black in that area. So this part, it's just purely from observation, more or less. Of course, it's not exactly the same angle, it's very similar, so it's gonna be a little tough. I'm gonna have to kind of try to use my brain here a little. I'm processing. It's a bit of gold here actually. And then black. I should probably look at a front view of how that looks. There's some white parts. Add a bit of white in there. And dark. So yeah, it's a little, their designs definitely, they really made it very intricate, so this is going to take a while. I'm gonna go ahead and use my lasso tool real quick, block in some of the shapes. This is gonna be green. A bit of shape here, a bit of shape there, a little attachment on both sides. And do the other side. Then the other side of the arm. I'm going to take a bit of the blue, use soft light. Let's soft light it up in some of these areas. Let's see what kind of result I could get. Let me let's use a bit of pink down here maybe. Use a bit of this color. And adjustment, color balance. Try to match it to this color down here already. Take a bit of this highlight, bring it up. Make sure it's pretty much the same color. Let me curve the back out. See how curved I can. Let's see how much I can break that back. You know how they say it. I just want to see how much I can push the anatomy. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Bring back the arm. Let's go back. So the arm looks okay. Probably gonna warp it a little, make it up a bit. Go back to the back layer. So this is where I'm gonna do a bit of interpretation. This part is actually a lot wider in the original design. But let's go ahead and do the next bit of design, the more iconic design. I'm gonna make sure that the arm doesn't cover it, or at least the main part of the design isn't covered by the arm. If it is, I would have to move the arm. So all the iconic designs characteristic of a character, I will try my hardest to make sure that nothing is covering them, because they're gonna be very important. Let's go here. I'm going to be adding some highlights and shadows to the golden trim areas. And I think what I'll do also is making this part a bit shinier. So let's go ahead and select this part, airbrush some highlight in here. Let's do a bit of highlight towards the bottom as well. So just using the lasso tool and adding that in, and then we get a dissolve, a very shiny point of highlight. This is kind of a formula that I usually go for if I don't feel like thinking. Sometimes we have to cater to the light source and such, so I might end up doing that later, but that is definitely more technical. Like, I literally had a formula for it. Just highlight, shadow, highlight, and then focal point for the main highlight. Even brighter highlight, you could say. But that is not the case all the time. And just gonna go ahead. And color out a bit of the highlight. Actually, I want to see how it would look if I maybe brought up the highlight a bit, like that. Let's see how that looks. Drape. Go back to the back, zoom in. Okay, now I'm going to make a new layer first. And I'm gonna start rendering it a little bit more. Actually, I have an idea. I think what I'm gonna do is use color, take this, let's gray out the skin a bit. Just kind of experimenting here. Use another layer and go in with a brighter color. So I'm just going to adding a bit of a more saturated tone in some of these areas. Dark. Use a darker color for the shadow. I'm gonna have a little bit of a muscle definition here. Take that color, let's make it a bit more beige. Add it here. And another shadow here, or what's it called? Another shoulder blade curvature here. Kind of making her back a little muscular. I kind of got into that recently. Having fun painting anatomy. I mean, muscular, toned muscular anatomy on the backs. Let's go ahead, use this color. Graze the back curvature here. And I'm gonna go ahead and do a couple of these lines. Oh gosh. Lines. Also, I'm gonna darken some of these areas. So that the highlight will stand out a bit more. Let's go experiment, see if this works. Let me go here. Change, kind of switch up the highlight for shadow around this area. Gonna do a nice highlight contouring this side of the back muscle. I wish I knew the names of these muscle. That probably would have been more educational for you guys. But painting is my thing. Studying is not really my thing, sadly. I wish. Actually, no, I shouldn't wish. I should just do it. But I guess I would rather paint than study up on the names. But yeah, just extending that highlight all the way up. Around here too. Get that highlight up. Contour. Going here. Contour the shoulder blade muscle. So I recommend for you guys to have a few references of back muscle, because I feel like you won't truly understand how muscles work on the back unless you have at least 10 back photos. And even now I'm still kind of I need reference for it, just because I am not confident 100% in my freehand skills to be able to achieve the look I'm going for, which is definitely more realism. I want to be as accurate as I can. Therefore, I'm showing you guys how I paint her back, but I don't recommend you guys to follow what I'm use this as a reference. Definitely recommend like photo reference for it. But yes, and I'm gonna go into the arm part, shade that down. Let's use a darker color. Definitely looks, I definitely like this a lot better than what I had previously, which is, oh no, whoops. Okay, there we go. So before, after, I made her back look pretty intense. I have a bit of a wrinkly, or what's it called, a fold going on in the back, which I find is a nice little detail. You know, you don't have to put it in, but I kind of like to put in a bit of those more realistic detail, like skin folds. Sometimes I feel like it adds to the piece. Add a bit of wrinkles here. But I have to say, I do sometimes go back to a previous version. So for now, I'm gonna add it in, and if I feel like later on it doesn't fit the whole picture, I will probably remove it. Softening up the highlight. Try to blend it in a bit more. Take a bit of this color. Let's contour the shoulder. I'm going to graze the edge with the blue. Add a bit of blue in general throughout the piece, very subtle. As for here, I would like to zoom in a bit more. I'm going to extend this shadow over slightly. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm going to experiment with the color a bit. Maybe add a bit of blue, maybe a bit more yellow. Test it out. You never know, you might find a color that you like more than what you have right now. Let's go ahead and do a filter here. Color balance. Alt click constrain it down. Let's do like a more intense yellow. I'm gonna go ahead now and erase in other areas, so maybe only have this intense lighting like right in this area or something. I don't know. Just going to experiment, see what I can do here. I can go back here and change the color too if I want. So yeah, there's a lot of ways you can experiment with colors and stuff. Before, after. Let me merge down. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done here, but it's coming along. Let me just blend that in. Okie dokie. Create another layer. Use the lasso tool here. I'm going to use it to help me create some straight lines. Let's go ahead and do the first bit of lines. It just helps me create very straight surfaces, so it will read more sci-fi, because her outfit is very sci-fi. And one thing that I took away from my past job is that designing sci-fi related stuff is that gotta use a lot of lasso, gotta make sure everything's clean so that it reads as sci-fi. One thing that you should do is that make sure the surface is nice and sleek and streamlined. But although I have to say, I suppose there are exceptions to that rule, because sometimes sci-fi designs can be a lot more organic than this, more curvature and stuff. I'm just generalizing the sci-fi aesthetic, which is mostly streamlined. Oh, whoops. Let's go ahead and do another block in. Dark. Go here. Highlight that area. Highlight. Shadow. I mean highlight. Darken that. Let's do this. Add a bit of shadow behind it. Scope this out. So man, I really want to just copy paste, put this on this side. I think I can do that. So yeah, it's a little bit more sci-fi, you know? I mean, definitely need a lot more details, but it's getting there. I'm going to go ahead and start adding in the green in some of these areas. Let's add like some blue here. take a bright green highlight and put it there. And I can use the airbrush, kind of airbrush a bit of it around to make it look like it's glowing. Let's do that. Add a bit of shadow here and around this area. Do a bit of shadow. So yeah, this is the type of stuff that, well, this type of design that I would do for work. Actually, I quite enjoyed it. But yeah, using lasso tool and design and stuff. Let's bring this down a bit. So yeah, let's just go with that for now. Here, I'm just going to select briefly, highlight this side. And as for this side, I kind of want to make it a little translucent. I do that often. I like to have like a translucent material sometimes for outfits. And one thing is, I learned this, a variety of fabrics. If you do character design, it's good to have different fabric materials. That's where I got that from, the habit of doing this type of stuff. Let me just line it with a... Actually, I probably should be lining it with lasso tool, make it nice and clean. Like that or something. Yeah. Actually quite happy with how that turned out. Usually, I don't know, I just kind of got out of the groove of doing sci-fi stuff. But yeah, I quite like the progress on this part at least. Time to tackle the arm. Alright, so I'm gonna get started on the top portion. Add a bit of highlight. So I'm gonna be using the lasso tool for quite a bit of this area, since it's gonna be a lot of hard surfaces. I'm gonna go ahead, grab a highlight, add a bit of highlight here. One here. Add a bit of beige. And so here is gonna be a pretty straight surface here. Add a bit of highlight. Select another color. Add a bit more highlight. Take a bit of the beige from the skin. And I could use a little bit of more design here, so I'm using the lasso tool to make this a lot easier to do. Okay, let me clean this part. So there's gonna be a bit of a separation here and there. Let me do another extension, add a bit of highlight there. Oh wait, hold on. Should probably Control T, transform, warp this around the arm better. There. And I'm just gonna go ahead, add a bit more volume on top here. And down here, gonna go ahead and select the arm here. Let's go ahead and add a bit of yellowish tint. Maybe a little brighter. At the same time, we're just gonna go ahead and start cleaning up the arm silhouette. So there is the dark patch in the design. Goes like this. A bit of dark patch here too. Let's get a little bit of a line seam going on here too. Alright, so I need to have a little bit of a better reference for the arm. I'm just going to copy that arm, flip it over so I can get a better idea of how that's supposed to look like. Okay, so roughly there's gonna be a gold rim here. I'm just gonna be taking some of the colors I had on top and put it down below. Let's go ahead and add a bit more volume here. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. Let's go ahead and draw the glove first. I should probably extend this down. Remove this. I'm going to slim the arm down a bit. Probably this should be a little lower. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and paint in the gloves first. Get a bit of that dark material lining. Line the fingers. And clean up the silhouette. Could probably move this finger a little over like this, and also this finger. Just trying to rotate the finger and kind of refine that. I'm gonna go ahead and add the dark fabric part of the finger. So far I got 3 fingers. Actually, I want to see if I can move this like that, and this finger, move it down a bit like that, merge down. Do another finger up like this. That should be 4 fingers plus the thumb. Maybe put it here. Okay, so I have the rough guide for the hand. Add a bit of shadow in the gold part of the glove. Oh, it's a little confusing. I mean, it's not too clear, the exact design of the glove, that is. I guess let's do like this. Bit of highlight on here, and oh, this is actually, let's do it like that with green glow. And I'm gonna go ahead and add some seams to the glove. So there's like a dark patch here. Add a bit of bright color down here. Same for this, using the lasso tool. I'm going to add a bit of shadow on top here, just to create a bit of indentation of volume. Let me go ahead and put that part in shadow again. And over here, Add a bit of highlight. Probably just maybe this area, copy paste. Brighten. Alright, time to let me add a bit of shadow here. Delete. This part is gonna be a bit of highlight. For here, I'm going to see if I can redo this part. I didn't quite like how the lighting was coming off. Maybe I'll start from here. Add a bit of rim here. Some more shadow for in the metallic area. Bit of drop down shadow. Drop down shadow here too. Let's do merge down copy. Darken that part. Use the lasso, select that area, brighten it. Same here. There. Get a bit of highlight going up here. Actually, I think this part should be a little higher. Delete, 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 delete. Just cleaning up. Alright, let's go ahead, add a bit of drop down shadow there. Zoom in. Add a bit of highlight here. And contour this part with shadow. Just giving it a bit of contrast, and I'm just gonna actually what I'll do is go ahead here, add a bit of hard surface line. Actually, I'll have to do it like inverse this side so I get the nice highlight on this side. Let's go ahead and add some hard line highlight. Add some slight bit of shadow. As for here, select the very edge and add a bit of highlight. Same with here, just adding highlight at the very tip. We'll keep it basic like that. As you can see, it's still kind of rough, but getting the general shape of it. Line that. Actually, probably shouldn't have put it there. I'm gonna add the shadow here and add the highlight there. Darken this a bit. Add white color here. Shadow. I'm just going to do some random sharp shapes in here, creating a refractal effect. Add a really bright color there. Going to color dodge and just add some shine. Okay, so that's the arm is roughly done there. I'm gonna work on the, actually I should be working on, let's work on the, actually before that, let's see what I can do here. Copy paste. Indicating us a bit more shadow in some of these areas. I want to see if I can put this whole area in a bit more shadow. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna select a bit of that area and add some highlight. Maybe add a bit more yellow. Yellow is kind of like my go-to for this type of, well, white flat surfaces. I go with blue and yellow a lot of times. You can add other colors too, depending on the environment. I say experiment away to see what works best. Add a bit of beige. Before, after. Maybe bring this over. Add a bit of highlight here. Oh. Wait, what happened here? Oh. Delete. But yeah, I think I can work on the arm a bit more. Let me warp this upward a bit. Or maybe make it bend a little like this. Oh. Bring it down a bit. Guys know what? I'm going to smooth this down a bit. blend, blend, blend. Maybe this is better. I'm going to next take a bit of the yellow. Put a little bit under the arm. Let's go with that for now. Okay. Okay, back to let's see. Let's work on this real quick. This part. The flap. Okay, gotta get my reference ready for this part. Also for the arm, I can't stop thinking about it now that I started working on it. Whoa. Maybe it should be a little darker. But then I'll have a bit of highlight here, since the arm itself is kind of in highlight here and then shadow down below. Create another layer, constraint, multiply, adding a bit more shadow underneath this area. Create another layer, constraint down. Add a bit of buffer highlight so that it's not too dark. I'm going to blend out the metallic portion here. Merge down, zoom in here. Let me grab this whole part. Okay, and indicating a bit of the under part for the metallic portion. Take this. Oh, dark. Just correcting some of these angles. Actually, what I'll do is select this side, add the highlight. Shadow underneath. take a bit of the highlight here. And let me just line this with a bit of shadow. Using the lasso tool to help me with creating keep it sharp and clean. Make it a little darker. Maybe make this a little darker too. Take a bit of this and use it in here. And then I'm just going to warp it a little. Auto contrast. Well, it's not the best rendition. I would like to add a bit of blue in here. I want to see how it looks if I added a bit of that. Okay, onto the drape. There sure is a lot going on here. Okay. What? Hold on. First, I gotta clean up the shape. So there is highlight here. Rendering out the white fabric first. At the same time, what I'm gonna do is adding a bit of a volume to the side of the fabric. Dark there. Gotta have the volume there first. Extend the drape a bit. Take that. I'm just gonna highlight this part. Actually, no. Extend this. Actually, the more I work on it, the more I don't like it. Okay, let's go back to before. Alright, I think I kind of understand how it should look. Take a bit of the orange. I mean, it's like a dark orangish yellow. I'm lining this design onto the top drape on both sides, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. one side. Oh, the other side I'll do after I indicate a bit of volume or thickness to the fabric. Just have to first clean up. Add a bit of highlight in the dark fabric portion, using the airbrush to kind of blend that out. Let's go ahead and add a bit of thickness. Highlight, shadow. Or should it be the other way around actually? I can experiment. Let's do shadow and highlight. Yeah, I think that works a little better. And let's see how it would look if I darken that whole part. Brighten everything in general. Honestly, I liked it before. Maybe I can have several highlights in those areas. There's a room for play here with the highlight and stuff. Going into a line. And as for the inside, let's do a seam here. So there's a big X design here. Maybe not that direction, maybe like this. Or can do it this area, like that. Okay. Back here, darken that up. Just trying to figure out if I should extend the black fabric a bit more. Add the highlight down below. Probably should tilt this down. Just testing out how it will look under different circumstances. The flaps, I mean. Let's see if I can do. Kind of want to do a little tip of the fabric showing up towards the end here. Let's make this part a bit wider. Okay. Let's just go with that, I guess. Rotate, let me see how that looks. indicate a bit of the design here. I probably will need to look at it a bit more in detail so I get it right. Okay. Well, I don't think we'll be able to see it that well. Still kind of trying to figure out if I can tilt this way. Just trying to figure out the flow. The flow of the image. I mean the flow of the fabric. Yeah, I'm not liking that, that's for sure. Alright, time to render out the hair a bit. Okay, so I'm going to start off by adding in a bit more redder tones. And we're going to gradually blend it into the background slightly. Add a bit of blue in some areas. Make it a little lighter in other areas. I'm going to roughly block this area in. Face. Let's add a bit of highlight here. Okay, back to the hair. Have the hair whip around a bit. Oh, maybe not that round. Start shading in some of the details on the hair. They're gonna be all connecting to the shoulder area or touching the shoulder area, so gotta paint it with that in mind. Gonna add a bit of shadow here. Select that area. Pick a lighter color. I'm going to add a bit of highlight in some of these hair strands. Oh, hold on. Block the layer. Take a bit of that color. I'm going to bring this down below. And add in some shadow while I'm at it. Clean some of these areas up. Let's add a strand floating up here with a bit of shadow. Go to the appropriate layer. So in general, I'm just cleaning up hair batches, rendering out a bit more details for some of these areas. And I'll be doing this for a bit until I'm satisfied with the render quality at the very end. It might take a bit longer. Let's add a bit more highlight here. Okay. Alright guys, so I went ahead and did a bit of manipulating the hair a bit, so I changed the composition just a tad to feel like this is working out a little better, and we shall continue from here. So I'm gonna just be refining, extending, cleaning up the area in general. Let's grab a bit of the background color, bring it in some of these areas. Actually, I'm going to create a new layer. New layer so that it can kind of experiment on rendering the hair a bit, and if I don't like it, no harm done, just erase it pretty much. It just makes my life a little easier. Add a bit of shadow here. So I'm basically trying my best to think, okay, where would the highlight and shadow look the best? I decided I'm gonna try to keep the shadow towards the upper area and the shadow towards, the highlight towards the bottom area and the shadow towards the top area. So highlight over down. And at the same time, I want to try to use the lasso tool to help me make clean transition or blend it in smoother. Continue to refine. I'm gonna be using the lasso tool to keep this up. And actually, it's good to use the rotating tool to sometimes rotate your canvas a bit so you can get a better angle at painting some of these more streamlined areas like the hair, the armor pieces, stuff like that. Let's go here. Add a bit of brighter color. And add a bit of brighter color here too. Actually, should I? Nah. Go right here. Add a bit more highlight. Take a slightly brighter color. Rotate it back. Add a brighter color, add a bit of the background color in as well. Using some of the highlight color and just creating some shape, some negative spacing in the hair. Delete. Sort of trying to make the composition a bit more interesting by offering more variety in the shape of the hair. It will help with that. Let me go ahead and try to clean this area up. Just a bit messy is all. Let's add like a little strand sticking out here. Extend this downward. I apologize, I think my allergy is back, so you might hear my sniffles. Delete. Let's do a strand like that, and it's gonna go this way. Just adjusting my headset. I'm also kind of taking the time to think. Think about, you know, if it works where I put these hair strands or not. So I removed what I did on that area. Let's go ahead and do something like this. Continue to blend down the hair a bit. take a bit of the shadow. Let me merge down. Okay, so let's add a bit of more volume down here. Lock it. Add a bit more highlight up in this area. Start by, I want to do a bit of overlapping with this side of the hair. I would like to do another overlap, maybe. Actually, let me create a new layer, maybe do it this way. Let's see how that looks, so I'm just gonna fill that in. Okay, how does that look? This is the general shape that I want to put. Play around with it a bit, see if any of this would work better. Let's go with the shape. Make it smaller. Maybe maybe have it all the way up here or something. I don't know, you never know. Play around with it. Find the shape that will be the most interesting or fits the composition the best. I'm just rotating it. Yeah, I'm not sure where to put it. I guess I'll just do something in this style. Gonna elaborate it a bit. Lock down. Add a bit of shadow highlight, try to blend it out a bit. Call this hair. Oh, hair. Let's continue this side. Add a bit more volume down here. Lock it. Use the airbrush, soften it up. Add some highlight towards the edge. Here too, just going to apply the shadow first. Add a bit of highlight. Go to the bottom hair layer. I'm going to take a pale yellow. I'm going to start by adding it to the edge, bottom edge of the hair. Take a bit of the shadow. I'm going to remove Pyra for now. And remove the drape so I can have a clear view of the hair. Start blending the hair down a bit. Let's add in this direction. And let's add a bit of overlap of the hair. Oh shoot, I forgot. I have to be careful. Let's go here. Clean that area up. Add a bit more yellow. The main thing to keep in mind for the hair is I'm gonna try to make the bottom area a bit brighter so that the overlapping hair will stand out a lot better. Probably don't need this part. Let's clean this area up. Oh. Sometimes I forget to unlock the layer. Darken the very tip. And add the highlight. But the important part is to make sure the hair overlapping is a lot darker. Go ahead and paint this out. Delete. I think what I'll do is tilt this over a bit. Maybe it needs to be cleaned up here a bit more. Need the flow to be, I need the flow to be make sense and curvy. Right now it doesn't seem to make too much sense around this area, so I'm gonna be playing around with, oh shoot, the flow. Okay, I think that might work. Okie dokie. Let's go here and fix this portion. And just gonna work on the hair part, the bane part and everything. This part might be a little challenging, so trying to make sure that it stands out. I do want to make sure that it's a lot more different. It stands out from this hair layer. Okay, so let's add a bit of highlight around these little tiny areas. Using the airbrush, I want to go ahead and blend some of these in a very soft way. Let's go on ahead and add a bit of rim light or highlight around this area. Then going to multiply. I'm gonna go through several of these areas and add some shadow, contouring each hair batch, and generally just grazing some of these areas. Oh shoot, I'm gonna go select several areas and brighten them up first and play around with the color to see what is the best color variant option for this atmosphere. If I do this, it will make sure that this layer, the hair on this layer, will stand out. Again, trying to emphasize the contrast between these two layers of hair. This way it helps create a bit more detail in the hair, so I think that works. This is a pretty good base, I think. So we got a few areas kind of at a good base point. I have to admit I'm not looking forward to drawing the face. Don't think I've ever really done this angle. I mean, to this extent. I've done profiles, but not to this extent. So where is the face layer? Create another layer on top. I'm going to kind of trying to get a nice reference for her face. Let's go ahead. I'm going to slowly line the face. Okay. Oh, okay, that's why. Slowly into a nose. Remove. And maybe something like that. Fill in the color for the eyes and the whites of the eyes. Let's add some eyelashes. And I'm going to use the lasso tool. Help me sort of contour the cheek. I don't know if this will work. I might change it. Just want to see if this kind of lighting works. This is the nose. Make sure to blend it out. Add a little bit of rouge on her cheek. Okay, that's not too bad. I can work with this slowly. Take a bit of the highlight. Gonna add a bit of it up here. Merge down. Take copy. And pretty much I'm trying to make the eyes a bit bigger. There. Time to work on Pyra a bit. So this is the rough sketch I have. I'm gonna cut her face into a different layer. I guess I'm gonna try to see if I can paint her hair and her face in the same layer for now. Actually, should I? Maybe I should do it separately again. I'm gonna use the lasso tool to just quickly help me with blocking her face shape. Needs to be edited a bit. Gonna grab some reddish tone and use it as the highlight. So I'm trying to make sure that the highlight is coming from below and the shadow towards the upper area. Let me go ahead and use the lasso tool to quickly do a rough blocking of her headgear. And I'm gonna do a quick blocking of the green. Bit more hair strands. Take a bit of the highlight color from Mythra. Going for a more anime look. Well, let's see if it works out or not. Take a bit of this color. Rotate it a bit. Gonna see if I can get a nice balanced look. I'm going to be painting the or sketching out the face on a separate layer. One here, one here. Sketching out the eyes. Move this up maybe. Let me go ahead and add a bit of blue to the whites of the eyes. So I'm gonna try to see if I can make this eye look a bit more like she's looking down. Alright, let me duplicate. Since it is a frontal view, I'm just going to flip her eye. Oh wait, that's not flipped. Flip horizontal. Yeah, something like that. And just going for a bit more of a anime face. I'm going to actually blend the cheeks in. Add some shadow around the face. Do a little face, I mean a little eye look. Add a bit of highlight underneath. I'm gonna try to see if I can add some nostrils later, if it fits the style. Add a bit of chin, some lip color. Define the jawline a bit. Bring this up. I'm going to use the lasso tool Let's add a bit of highlight on the side here. Okay, merge down. I'm just going to play around with the shape a bit. uh, Not sure about the expression. Let me see. Maybe like she can look at her or something. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna select a bit of the bluish tint. Have it on the hair. Select under some of these hair patches. Let me take a bit of this. Use it as a bit of highlight. Let me take a bit of this highlight right here now. Shade it around this area. Gonna clean up the hair a bit. Delete. Do another swirl. Gonna grab this part. I'm going to add a bit of highlight there. Okay. I'm gonna try to see what I can do about the expression. Let's see, maybe have a bit of an open mouth. Like an open, happy mouth. Warp the mouth a little. Or maybe she should be looking at her, I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe a bit more natural like this. Have a bit of blush, maybe? I guess this could be a good base for Pyra's face or head layer. Let's add a bit of highlight on the headgear. actually. This probably should be a little bit a bit more high up. Delete. Clean that up. So this is a good basic Pyra face. Remove her hand real quick. Oh, hold on. Delete. Let's see. Make her face a little bigger. And then okay, just grabbing a reference for her arm gear that she's got. Okay, let's get started. Warp it a bit. Let me make it a little transparent so I can warp it to contour the booty a bit better. Okay. Rotate it a bit. So using the lasso tool, just quickly outlining the rough shape for the armor and the arm. Okay, just cleaning that silhouette up. Let me go ahead and add a bit of shadow to the bottom of the arm. Have a bit of highlight. Oh. Let's add a bit of pinky tone towards the end of the elbow. And let's go ahead and add a bit of highlight onto her arm. Take a bit of the red, start highlighting it. Okay. I'm gonna use the lasso tool to help me create a bit of trimming for the red part of her armor. Using the lasso tool to keep it nice and crisp. So here we have a bit of the detail, the gold detail. I'm going to use a darker color now to line it. And then back to a brighter color. Just going to line the surrounding. Just gives it a bit more detail around the border. Often it's pretty good for hard surface designs. It just helps emphasize the flat sides of the object better. In fact, that's something I noticed with Blizzard or World of Warcraft concept art or illustration. They often use borders, like bright borders around hard surfaces. That's actually where I got the idea from. I was looking for reference. How to paint hard surfaces. Let's go ahead and add some border outlines to these areas. All in all, I just want to make it a little more detailed. Let me select this side. I'm just going to darken that up. Oh, and it's the glove. Let me use the lines to kind of give me a rough guide of where I'm going to put the fingers and stuff. Maybe bring it down a bit. Delete, lower opacity. Maybe do it like that. So that's the rough guide for it. Oh, whoops. Reset the rotation. And I wanted her to hold on to her nice juicy legs. Maybe like that. But then it would be covered by this. Maybe move this down a bit. Let's see if I can keep it in this area. So I'm gonna warp the hand a bit. It's already looking pretty deformed. But I would like to see how it would look if it was in this general direction. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to start cleaning the arm up a bit. Oh, whoops. Let's take a bit of this color. I'm lining where I want the fingers to be. Maybe like that, and of course clean that up a bit more. And I can maybe play around with it a bit more. Cut, put it right here. Warp it a bit better. Let's see where this... Okay. So now that I have that, I can go ahead and start refining the fingers step by step. So first clean up the silhouette. And I'm going to add highlight to the finger, to the hand in general, and emphasizing on the knuckle shadow and stuff. Going to each finger, let's add a bit of pinky tone. I'm gonna use the airbrush for this. And a bit of grayish tone. Focusing pretty much in the center of each finger. And then work on the silhouette, because now we gotta sort of clean that up now that we have a rough guide of the shading. Now now it is just about cleaning up the areas. Delete. I'm going to line her fingers now. For the thumb, using the lasso tool to select the thumb silhouette because I have a specific look in mind. Select it, highlight it, shade it, clean up the glove wrapped around the thumb. And let's do that for the other fingers now. We're going to refine it bit by bit. But this has it's pretty basic. Add a bit of highlight to each knuckle. And gonna take these two, bring it a bit closer. Let's make this a little shorter. Oh, done. A little closer, like that. Okay, now I'm going to be... actually, maybe I'll do it this way. So I'm going to add some shadows to emphasize a bend in the hand. Let's use a bit of highlight, emphasizing the joint. Add a bit of the pinkier color near the joint area and where the nail is. Let's take a bit of the grayish tone, add it up here, just slightly. Delete. And clean up the silhouette. So this is what we have for the hand. It's a base. I can warp it a bit more if I want to. And of course it won't look as good as when we're gonna have to add a bit of indentation in the leg part just to give that impression of the hand making contact with the skin later on. Okay, but for now I think it's a good base. Pyra's hand again. I need to add her crystal. So it's gonna be gold trimming. With a green gem on top. I'm just gonna block that in. Grab a shadow color quickly, shade it up, lock it down, use the blue color as a bit of highlight for the fingers. I'm gonna borrow some of the colors already there. Clean up the glove. Go into each finger. Add a shadow. complete. Just for just to blend it out a bit, you know? Okay, so now that that's done, roughly, it's just a bit by bit pretty much we're tackling this. Reset, delete. I guess we could put a little bit of that arm, a bit of the arm under to just to have that impression there. I have that silhouette there. Okay. Now for the body, I wonder if I should actually move her pelvis up a bit. Maybe like this high. Let's go ahead and line where her shorts are supposed to be. Actually, I want to see how it would look if I moved her leg up. Or no, I think this side should be up. And maybe this side should be down. Let me flip this. Oh, actually, yeah. That might work out a little better for the composition. Let me go ahead and fill this back in. I'm going to use a gradually darker color for the knee shadow. Line the shorts. Actually, this leg should probably be a bit over like here, and then we will have the shorts. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I need to rotate it a bit to match the trying to make sure that it matches the direction in which Mira is kind of facing. So yeah, I'm just trying a bunch of stuff out for the leg. I mean, if I remove this, I can quickly do a rough look of, let's determine where her shorts are gonna be. Do a rough sketch of how that will look like. Probably like this. Yeah. Pyra body, back, hair. And Pyra body is gonna have Pyra drape, in which we're going to paint her the cape, the two separated cape drapes. I'm trying to see if I can find an interesting way to present it. Put this up. Alright guys, so I went ahead and did a bit of testing, experimenting on where I wanted to take the legs pose for Pyra. So I think I'm gonna go with this. Might change it later. Hopefully I won't, but I might. So I feel like, you know, this pose might work better. I like that her legs are pretty much pointing towards Mira's legs, which kind of frames her nicely and brings the viewer's eye towards her legs. So in that way, I think maybe, you know, this pose might not be that bad. So I did the base, so now I'm going to start refining it a bit. Okay, so let's slowly use the lasso tool and the airbrush to blend and refine the leg part. I'm going to use a much brighter red for that. Add a bit of, whoa, that's very red. So add a bit of that here. And gotta fill in some of the spaces we have on the leg. I'm trying to think, what can I do to push Pyra's leg into the foreground a bit more? I think I can do that by adding a bit more blue into her general design maybe, and brighten the sides of her leg. I will also need to fix the clouds to match what's going on here later. I'm going to add a bit of highlight here. I want her leg muscle to show through a bit. Okay. Just going to highlight this side of the leg and make sure that there is the appropriate shadow here. I'm going to indicate a bit more of the skin, add a bit of warm tone. I wonder how, actually trying to figure out how I'm going to paint a bit more lighting into Pyra's skin. Maybe I'll keep it a bit more dull like this. Up there, let's add a bit of more of a beige color. And let's bring it in a bit more. Trying to reduce her leg size. I mean her leg thickness. Have a nice curve about her leg. Maybe just ease up on that a bit. Clean that up a bit more. I'm gonna use a bit of the gray. I'm gonna try to add a bit of anatomy, so oh man, allergy sure kicked in. My voice is a little hoarse, sorry. Okay, so painting in a bit of anatomical knee detail. There. And I guess what I have to do now is I should probably keep this side shadow and this side a bit brighter. Trying to follow the shadow and highlight guide of the leg since I have shadow on this side of the leg. I gotta do it too for her boots. And we have the hips here. Add a bit of some highlight there. Okay, now for this leg. So for this leg, I guess let's keep this area highly highlighted. Highly highlighted. Let's use hue saturation, turn up the brightness. And now I just have to kind of refine the shape a bit, so add a bit more curvature where her leg is folded, where her two side leg muscle sticks out. Trying to find that curvature, so using the lasso tool, take this color from the other side and reuse it on this side. Something like that. And let's go ahead and do the silhouette for the leg. It's kind of funny pose actually. Let's rotate and see what that looks like. Okay. So now that I rotate it, I'm going to rotate it. Sorry, now that I flip the canvas, I'm going to press R, rotate my preview. I'm trying to thinking about perhaps moving this leg down a bit. How would that look? Yeah, that works still works. So I suppose we'll go with that. And I'm just going to start by adding some smaller details onto the leg. Use the lasso tool to help me isolate the area so I can blend very easily without worrying about, blending over. I'm going to try to add a bit more anatomical shading to the knee again on the other leg, and just in general clean as much as I can. Let's add a bit of this color. Just a bit of rim light in the shadow. as well as cleaning up the silhouette for here. Take a bit of this color. I'm just going to softly imply a bit of rim light contouring the knee bone right here. I want to transition that smoothly onto the shin bone that for the leg. Just want to see if I can add some anatomical shading to the leg. Let's go here real quick. I'm going to be putting the side a little bit back into the shadow. Go here. Make it a little darker. Extend this highlight down. I'm just going to have a look at the leg design here. Okay. Just want to make sure I have everything right. Delete. Just cleaning up the leg. And last but not least, her there. Pyra feet. She's got a bit of a design on her feet. I don't think it's that big of a deal because we can hardly see it anyways. But maybe having a bit of it show through will also be good. So I'm going to go ahead and render up a quick base for that. So it's got like that, and then the iconic green gem. R reset rotation preview. Take that. Oh, I was gonna, yes, rotate it on this side. Warp it to match as much as I can. So this is a rough guide. Oh, hold on. A rough guide of how I'm gonna do the leg, or this is like her shoe accessory or her shoe panel. It's a little additional detail. I think it's nice to indicate it a little, so might come back for that a bit. Go back to the Pyra body. Layer with the majority of the leg. Okay, so now let me see. Okay, alright, so let's start by adding a bit more detail onto her leg. Oh, hold on. So this part is actually black trim with green highlight line. and I believe it extends a little over. Alright. So I'm gonna zoom in here. Use the smudge tool, smudge, blend, or smudge blend. So smudge blend is pretty much just a normal smudge tool with scatter option on. Strength is usually preferably a 1 to 2%. I have it on 2%. And it's a great tool to roughly blend stuff in, but not too great if you're gonna be using it throughout. I guess it really depends on the effect you're trying to achieve, but I normally use it just to quick blend. I prefer to do the blending, the more refined blending with the airbrush, because then I have the most control over how I want it blended. The smudge blend is good because it will do a rough blend, but it doesn't have precision. I guess you can use the lasso tool combined with it for precision, but as you can see, I prefer using the airbrush to blend. Okay. I think that should be it for the leg. Oh, hold on. This leg is a little bit thicker than the other leg. Does it? I'm going to flip it and see how that looks. Put this a little lower. Trying to hide it. Try to hide the bad rendering. Okay, go back to the body layer. Okay. I'm going to go select the section that I want to liquefy and liquefy it. Just want to make this a little slimmer, this area. Okay. And of course clean up the leg area. Let's go ahead, create a new layer. I'm going to be adding in a bit of the detail, so there seems to be a design that contours the what's it called? The knee, pretty much. I can also add some lines that, well, it's not really there per se, but just a bit of my own interpretation. I'm gonna add it after I add the knee lines. Bring this all the way up, so I'll add a seam line here. And let me see if this works. Let's add a line connecting from here to there. Use a bit of a brighter color. Add a bit of highlight to it. Add a bit of shadow around it. Here. Highlight here. On this side. And make it a little cleaner. shadow on this side. Oh. Let's go ahead and line this. Add a bit of rim light. Add a bit of it here. So now I'm just adding some hard surface shading. Although the leg is not a hard surface, I think adding a bit of it to her legging probably create a more sci-fi look. Let's add a bit of it here. Add a bit here. Let's add a bit of shiny or highlight here. And here too, I guess. Just add a bit of highlight in those areas. Make them a bit brighter. Add a bit of highlight on this side of the knee. Let's go ahead and use the lasso tool to get a nice clean highlight right there. Same for here. Add a bit of it on these sides too. Extend this down a bit. And shade the leg down here. Needs a bit more shadow around this area. And this area where the leg is tucked in. Clean that up. Alright, so we got the legs kind of rendered. Maybe it could be bigger actually. I mean, size it up a bit. Okay, actually, let me see how it will look if I had the drape go down a bit more. Flip this. Yeah, I think the leg should be a bit bigger. Or at least Pyra's leg should be a bit bigger. So now that I've resized it up a bit, made it a little bigger, I go back in here and refine it. Oh, okay, that's where it's coming from. Remove that. Alright, so I would like to add in the weapon as well, but where? Actually, before that, I would like to see if I can make this part a bit bigger. The reason for that is I really want to make sure that this part of the canvas doesn't feel unbalanced since there's so much going on over here. So trying to find ways to make sure this side is also taken care of. Okay. Actually don't know which direction I want to flip this to. Anyhow, there is an X here and one mark here. So yeah, I think this is a pretty good base. Of course, you can take it a bit further. I'm gonna do a bit of work off camera and I will bring you guys back to continue. I'm going to clean up the background as well. It is a little messy. Could probably add a bit of clouds overlapping them a bit. Let's see how that will look, just roughly. So this is a new victory pose for them. Add. This is just a quick concept of the cloud, so I'm just going to shade it roughly. But yeah, something like that. It's kind of funny. I just want to make this piece lighthearted and funny, and then I'll have the #1 UI graphic right here or something. That'll be funny. Alright, so... Ooh, actually I do like that too. Oh well. Before, after. Should her leg be bigger? Now I'm really wondering. I mean, Pyra's legs. Maybe it really should be a lot bigger. Let me warp this. Something like that maybe. Okay, so before, after. Actually, I like the leg better before. Okay, I'm gonna play around with it and I will bring you guys back. But yeah, I'm gonna think about here because I don't know if I prefer the leg better this way or this way, but I'm going to experiment a bit with that. I'm happy with how the cloud looks. I quite like how it's covering a bit of that, and I think there's room for play here with the cloud intertwining with the character, so maybe I could somewhat extend this cloud up like that, and then have a bit of it like swirl up like this, to have a bit of flow with the clouds. So that would be a nice flow. And just more elements to kind of frame the characters. So yeah, I try to find as much of those opportunities as I can. Alright guys, so I went ahead and did a bit of refining off camera, so pretty much just did a bit more rendering, fixing some of the areas, cleaning stuff up. Now the major change that I did is pretty much the booty part. So I was testing a bunch of stuff out for the bottom. Even this is kind of refined a bit, so I was experimenting with composition. So at first it was this, just a bit more refined from what I had before. Well, not a bit, more refined from what I had before, plus I added the band here. Was kind of referencing off of the Mythra figure, mostly for this back view, because the reference has a pretty sick composition, so I took that. So I experimented, and then I thought, you know, I didn't quite like where the leg was kind of crossing, so I tried to kind of bring this leg forward, the back leg that was previously being overlapped by this leg, bring it forward, see how that feels. So that's what I did, and I think I'm happier with this version for now. Hopefully I won't go back to it. And I also worked on Pyra's bottom leg a bit. So I ended up flipping her legs, I think. Oh no, I guess I didn't. Crap. I didn't have enough steps, but I did end up working on her leg as well. Great deal. Also, I went ahead and grabbed the high-res version for the background, so you no longer see the watermark. And also worked on the hair, as you can see, as well as Mythra's face. I worked on that, refined the hair. That actually took quite a while. Even I have some random blotches here that I have to go back and fix later. I made this part a bit bigger, smooth out the back. As you notice, it's a lot more refined. And as for the arm, so as for Mythra's arm, what I did was I copy pasted her other arm and I flipped it, and I'm using that as a kind of a quick placeholder, if you will. I'm gonna paint over it. So I also added the weapon. So this, there is no way I'm gonna have time to do this from scratch. So usually when it comes to complex items like this, I mean, I could do it from scratch, but it's just gonna take way too long, and I don't want to spend that much time on it. So this is from, I believe, a cosplay prop that I found on Google image by googling her weapon, and I'm just gonna use it. Now I'm going to try not to use too much of this. Probably gonna hide it behind Pyra later, as well as painting over it as well, change it up a bit so I don't use it straight up like this as much as I can. But I just wanted to kind of show you guys that yes, when it comes to more weaponry, I do not usually paint it from scratch because that is not where my expertise lie, and I know that I can use my time a bit wisely, spend it on other areas where, such as the organic parts of the character, just on areas that needs to be painted a little more. But yeah, weaponry is definitely not one of my specialties. I usually go for a photo texture and then paint over it because that I would have a easier time. So as you can see, after I find the appropriate image to use, I shall clean it up a bit. I think that is clean enough. Oh, hold on. And this is the arm from that side that I copied. It definitely needs a bit of adjustment before I can fully utilize it. Okay, what I'm gonna do is darken and make sure that the highlight or light source is from below. Gonna roughly do that. So this is before, after. I'm basically trying to match what I have previously underneath. Let's go with that. What's this? Okay, this is the hand layer. Ooh. So I did cut the hand separately because... Oh wait, this is the sword. I have to make sure that I don't get confused. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the arm underneath. Go back to the arm and basically clean some of these area up. So this is the hand and the sword. So I had it where she was holding it like this. So I'm gonna try to be a little vague with the sword, just having a little bit of it visible, that I will most likely paint over a bit. So what I'll do with this hand is roughly edit it so that it kind of fits what I wanted to do, which is contour the weapon a bit. So you can either use the solid round brush or the airbrush for this part. Whatever you can do to get the edit done ASAP, We'll dark that. So this part of the art piece or the pinup is quite vague. Pretty vague. The focus is probably not gonna be on this part. So I think just having a bit of the feel will be okay, I think. Oh. Just having a bit of kind of imply her holding the sword should be okay, hopefully. Okay, so lock that in. So most likely I would say maybe the light source probably gonna come from below, so I'm just roughly selecting the under surfaces of the sword. Make it brighter. Just a quick rough mock-up of where I want the lighting to be on the weapon in general. Bring the sword down a bit. Maybe just a bit more curled. No, that doesn't make too much sense. She feels like she's just casually gripping the sword, not really holding it. Oh boy. Okay. As for the sword, do whatever you have to. Whether you wanna be a bit more detailed or rough with the weapon, just go ahead and paint over a bit. This really depends on how much of the weapon is shown. If the weapon is really, in the focal point of the piece, then gotta render it out a bit more, paint over a bit. But in this case, I feel like it probably won't be the center of attention. So I think I can just leave it a little bit rough around the edges. Gonna go ahead and select lighten and add a bit of atmospheric color, or add some of the background coloring here. And I'm going to also grab the color dodge and make some of these areas glow. Just imply it a bit. Doesn't need to be too much, I don't think. But the glow definitely helps sell the weapon a bit better, even though I am really rough with it and not very detailed on it. But at least we have that there. We can, it's hideable, so. But definitely people will be looking at the booty part, so we gotta make sure the area around that area is a bit more refined. So I got my reference again for the back, because their backs are very intricate. Oh, their outfit in general is quite intricate, so gotta make sure to have really good reference for it. Okay, I'm going to be working on the booty part, so I've already kind of started refining it a bit. So we're gonna have this piece right here. Add a bit of highlight at the center. Let's do this. And then I'm going to use the lasso tool, select the other side to add a bit of that color. So working hard surfaces, there's gonna be a lot of lasso action, and shadow and highlight a bunch of times until it's starting to get there. So I got the hard surface down-ish. Now I'm going to work on the thickness of the panel. So white on top of these panels and black on the bottom, and making sure to give it some sort of thickness too. And at the same time, I'm just going to be adding the gold trim at the same time. Cleaning up the silhouette too. I've already kind of established the basic shadow and color previously, so now it's time to do the refinement. Add a bit of space here. I'm gonna actually use highlight in that area and add a bit of black trim at the bottom to imply the bottom side. And so now what I'm gonna do is actually gonna warp this downward a bit. Okay, now just kind of fixing the overall deformation of the flap so that it makes sense. So I want this to kind of go here, twist it, and you can see the dark fabric underneath part of it. And keeping this area in general shadow, contrast that by the rest of the area in highlight, plus a bit of shading every now and then, like this. But in general, it's gonna be bright in these areas, just to bring it forward, you know, onto in front of the camera. Bring this over a bit, and in general, go around refining. And last but not least, we have the flip the tip of the fabric. Just gonna add the white part, have it sticking out a bit, plus the underneath of that white fabric, making sure to have, you know, add a bit of thickness. Trimming usually helps with that. Add some highlights underneath, like that. Blend it out. Oh. Clean that up. Okay. Let's slowly introduce back in the trimming. You can either use the solid round brush or airbrush. I like to stick with a bit of both. Oh, this part is kind of tricky though. Okay, so let's go like this. Clean that up. So yeah, I'm using the airbrush to help me here. Make it a little... God, why is it so hard to visualize in perspective? Okay, I think it's like this. Yeah, it's definitely hard to visualize. Okay, I guess I'll go with this. Use the lasso tool to help me. I'm just going to quickly darken that a bit, add a bit of airbrush. Let's go do this. And trimming. Maybe I can just add some of my own lines. Actually not really sticking to the oh, actually never mind. Let's just do this. So I got the lines kind of there, kind of down. Probably not the most accurate placement of these gold trims, but I'll have to do. So using the lasso tool, quickly line those area, darken it to create a bit more trim. Let me add a bit of dark fabric, extend it. Oh, loss of what's it called? Pressure. Sometimes my tablet does that. It's been happening a lot. Okay, so let's go ahead, extend this. Let's try using blue a bit more. Let's use a bit of blue here and use yellow underneath. Just kind of see how that would look. Maybe add a bit of shadow underneath. I think it says that it's at a good refined level for this side at least. Let's go ahead and do the other side. The other side is not too bad because there's not too much going on. So let's experiment with what color we should put as trimming for this side. I'm using again a beigey yellowish tone for the trimming highlight, just to imply that thickness. Maybe I'll add a bit of the darker fabric, a peep of that. But yeah, this is pretty much covered. Maybe I can just go color dodge and really emphasize on the shine. But for the most part, this is at a good level. Normal. Let's go add a bit of highlight towards the top area. And bring that down, blend that down a bit. Maybe it's too bright. Let's add a bit of yellow. Maybe that's the color reflected from the hair or something. Overall, just kind of playing around a bit with the color, and after refining, cleaning up, lock that down. Let's use a bit of bright color for that. That's a nice thick trim. Okay, so what else? Okay, let me make another layer so that I can add a bit of detailing for a bit of gold detailing. So this is gonna be just a bit of detail, kind of like the panel in the center, but on both sides. It's not gonna be too visible, but you know, having just a bit of it peek through, a bit of that detail peek through will probably hopefully look okay. You can use the lasso tool for this, but I kind of went freehand because there's not a lot of detail in these little parts, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it casually. Well, maybe put it underneath. Yeah, not too much going on there. Okay, but there is there is a big, hold on, I'll probably do it underneath here. There's a big crystal, green crystal. Let's see where I can place it so it doesn't look too weird. I guess here on the side maybe? Okay. But yeah, there's a big detailing on the side where she's got two big crystal decor hanging. Okay. And just gonna roughly render it out a bit. And since it is not very visible, I can, you know, just imply it a bit. Oh, not too bad, not too serious. Hopefully. Adjusting. Oh god. Alright, my bad. That was Amber Alert for Canada. Okay, I guess for the booty, that's it. At least for these tiny bits. It really depends how detailed you want it to be. If you zoom out, a lot of these details that you can see are not really well rendered. You won't be able to see zoomed out. I'm gonna proceed to adding some more details on that part, and then proceed to start adding the highlight to the trimmings. Add some highlight here to match with the highlight on already there. So highlight here and shadow around this area, just kind of keeping it the same flow. Add a bit more highlight here. I'm going to, so because I had the strong design here, I'm gonna do that underneath this part as well. Let's multiply. I'm gonna go color dodge and use the airbrush. Brush. Lock that in. Probably not that necessary actually. Over at the very tip here, maybe blend it a bit more. Like that. And I'm going to select the mid part and darken that up. Lock that down. Let's go lighten and let's go ahead and lighten some of these area a bit. What is that? Let me remove that pixel right there. There's a bit of pixel missing from the hand too actually. But yeah, just in general cleaning it up. So this piece would most likely stand on its own without Pyra there. And trying to make sure I can do that. Now, let's focus on the hand a bit. There's a tiny area missing. I'm just going to, bit by bit, clean this arm up. So it's gonna be a bit cleaner around here. Using the lasso tool to help me restrict the area that I'm gonna paint in. Let's switch to the airbrush. One more finger. Just gonna select it. And basically making sure everything is clean next. And make a layer underneath. I'm going to go ahead and add some shadow from the fingers on the leg. Just having a bit of shadow underneath the arm, trying to get her to have her finger to have some sort of interaction with the leg. Using the lasso tool this time, I'm just going to select a little bit underneath the finger, add shadow, and I'm just gonna blend it. I mean, it's not too bad. It definitely needs a bit more work. So Next step would just be kind of maybe also start adding a bit of the skin tone into each finger in an attempt to bring a bit of both areas, bring a bit of color from both elements into each other, and slowly blend that in. We add a bit of beige underneath here. And select those areas, make it brighter. And I'm just going to add another layer of highlight. Then let's grab a bit of the yellow. I'm going to just softly blend that in. Okay. Rotate, reset. Okay, that should do it. Oh yes, and I also kind of reposition Pyra's arm here. I wanted to make it feel like she's kind of hugging her booty and stuff. And have her head here. Yeah, still not sure about her head and the direction where it's going, but let's just plop it there for as a placeholder. And her arm. Also not too sure if I want to keep it maybe like bring the thumb in. And actually maybe kind of reposition some of her fingers. Maybe this one will be a little bit more like here, and the pinky will bend this way. Kind of just trying to find ways to adjust her fingers. Previously it was a little bit too stiff for my liking. But yeah, I think that would work. I'm going to remove the drape so I can see what I can do here for the arm. Zoom in here. So I'm gonna create another layer underneath, and I'm gonna start by adding some basic shadow on the booty here where the arm is at. So add a bit more shadow, especially around the fingertips. Add a bit of highlighting some of these areas. Maybe actually drag this up a bit. I'm gonna go into the arm and take a bit of the color on the booty, bring it onto the hand, and I'm gonna try to match up the lighting on the booty to the fingers. Okay, I think that matches a little better, so I'm gonna blend this in a bit more. I'm just going to, let's see if I can get to a point where it feels like her hand is really like grabbing it, you know? Grabbing that, putting a nice imprint on that booty. Let's see how it would look if I have that on. Maybe erase this a bit. Let me add a bit more shadow here. Okay, I think that's enough shadow, so I'm going to merge this down with the hand now, and I'm going to be kind of rendering it a bit. Let's paint the fingers. Let's get some shadow on the knuckle. I'm going to add a bit of color. Just kind of cleaning up the glove. I can probably add some. Actually, let me see what her glove actually looks like. Oh, she probably has a design art glove. Oh yeah, she does. She's got a gem on her hand. So, okay, let me just roughly paint it out with the lasso tool. Feed the gem. featuring the gem. Add some shadows using the lasso tool. Add some shadow there. Just going to grab a bit of the shadow for the knuckles. And just gonna blend it in, so keeping it fairly soft here, soft blending, sticking with the airbrush for the most bit. Add a bit of shine to the nails. Okay, that's looking at a good level. I just want to drag it up a bit, liquefy that, drag it up. Okay. Actually no. Trying to shorten some of her fingers a bit, but mostly just want to create a bit of a variety. Let's create a new layer for this. I'm going to add a bit more shadow around this area. Let's take the highlight, make it a bit more on the yellow side. I'm going to adjust that around this finger. Let's add a bit more highlight down here. Add a bit more highlight here maybe. Just trying to find the perfect medium. Maybe like that. Just get that little imprint going. Playing around with highlights and shadows and stuff. Okay, now that that's done, let's go Pyra's the other hand. I'm gonna just clean it up a bit. I kind of actually feel okay about the level of render for her arm. I would just probably remove a bit of those areas so we can get the silhouette for the booty and stuff. And gradually I'm going to bring forth her arm a bit. And basically I'm gonna be adding some shadow, highlight, and a combination of those two, both on the arm and on the leg part. And I'm just gonna keep working on it until it feels like they're touching and they're interacting. So I'm gonna try to make sure there's a shadow here, a sharp shadow here where the arm is. I think that looks a bit more tight. Looks like it's interacting. Okay. I'm just going to paint a bit of the finger, implied finger. Let me add a bit of shine on there on the glove part. It's a bit rough. I'm keeping it rough around this area. It's not super clean. Just have a bit of shading here and there. Put that back. I just want to see how that looks. Also, she does have a bit of skirt. I wonder if I should. Maybe I'll have a little bit of it. Should I? Probably needs to be a bit longer. Maybe I'll do it like this. So basically I'm trying to paint a bit of skirt detail on the back, line it. And then I'm gonna use this color. Let me go ahead and delete. And in addition to that, I'm gonna add a bit more silhouette on the outside. Add a bit of skirt detailing. So yeah, that's the skirt, I guess. And not taking it too seriously, but I guess I'll work on it a bit, but I kinda like it without the skirt though. The flow is better. Let's bring it up a bit. Maybe the skirt should be skirt and then another part. Have the skirt overlapping a bit. Let me see how it would look. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That doesn't really look all that good to me. Okay, let me remove that. Alright guys, so I got the skirt placeholder there. And got Pyra's leg and stuff going on. Let me go ahead and kind of just fill that empty spot in. So she's supposed to have shorts, and to be quite honest, I like this composition already. But yeah, let's go ahead and give her a quick short. Did I say skirt? I meant shorts. She's got pretty booty shorts and stuff. Okay. Grabbing the reference. So it's pretty basic. Just gonna do that. Copy paste. This is too much fabric for me. Just about right. Alright. Now I'm just going to do my best to refine this area. Gonna contour a bit of that side. Let me just bring that in a bit. And I'm gonna paint a bit of the tendon here. So this is just going towards her crotch. Painting all those leg spread spicy pieces really made me study up on this area. Just going to add that in. probably another tendon area right here. That reminds me, I haven't drawn a leg spread piece in a while. I don't think I did. I don't remember. Maybe I did, but yes, another bit of tendon should be around this area. Add some highlight around there. Merge down. Let's have a look. See, is it funny enough? I want it to be funny and humorous. This piece is supposed to be fun, so hopefully I get that. I might take a photo of Pyra's sword and put it in the background as well, just to fill in the space and stuff. Let me go ahead and take this color and brush it on. Brush it on. Brush it on there. Okay. Oh! The finishing touch is the cloud. This is what ties the whole thing together, actually. So, I'm just gonna blend it in. So, the cloud itself, it's a little challenging. Challenging part is keeping it soft while still making sure it has the form. I'm using the airbrush to help me do that, and I'm going to be kind of erasing bits gently to create a soft look. But yeah, I just want the clouds to kind of envelop, surround them. Maybe it's a good way to kind of hide those feet. Let me delete a bit of that area. Have it kind of fade into the distance. Erase. There. Alright, so here we have it. Pretty fun piece to work on. I could probably add a bit more detail on the knee and stuff. Probably gonna play around with this piece a bit more, but overall a fun piece to work on. Kinda a little frustrating on the booty part because I wasn't sure which direction I wanted to take it. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this voiceover. It's not really a serious one, just kind of wanted to have fun and see what silliness I can come up with. Like silly. Oh yeah, and she has earrings, so I'll probably add that on later. So yeah, I will probably be rendering her face off camera because that's gonna take a while. I'm gonna be pretty picky on that too. I'll probably be using a lot of lasso tool and airbrush to blend stuff out. I will see you guys in the next voiceover. Have a great day, night, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day, guys. Bye bye.